Is the stream muted? It is, okay. And I can see my voice on OBS. Can we hear music? Oh, we're in jail. Oh shit. I didn't know we were in jail. I'm underdressed. The NL cruise got canceled. More like the NL ruse. Did it really get canceled? My boy is live right now, and in the title of his stream, it says parenthesis exclamation mark cruise parenthesis exclamation mark demon bluff. It did? It must not have gotten cruise canceled. It's just postponed. Wait, so he said he was going to do something, and then it didn't work out, so he canceled it? You can do that? Huh, I'm probably have a big announcement then tomorrow. Holy shit, okay, huh. I didn't know you could do that. What do you mean divorce too? Hey Gatsby, apparently we're getting divorced. Dog divorce. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sure you'll find someone else. You're not watching One Piece? Of course not. Why would I be watching One Piece? Hey boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy. Okay, but what is a super cruise? I don't know. I don't know. I've never cruised before. I've never super cruised. I would cruise. I think I would like it, but maybe I wouldn't. This is sounding more and more like a new Coke scenario. Just, you know, bring up a super cruise, people talk about the super cruise, whoops, super cruise got canceled, thank you for all the free publicity. We should do our own super cruise. I get to be Luffy? Naru? Luffy? Luffy? Nazu? Nayu? Laufey? Character with the boobs from One Piece with red hair, I think. I'm not sure, to be honest. Nami! It begins with an N. Alright, there we go. That was me talking into my phone. Redhead Frankie? What? Where were you when the Super Cruise was canceled? I think I was eating my lunch. Character with the boobs, not horny on main, by the way. Hey, I'm into butts, so like me is using boobs as a descriptor is not being horny, it's just being accurate. Just look it up yourself. It's the character with the boobs. That's what she's known for. Streamer just says woman on stream and just gets accused of being horny. I think this is more about you than it says about me. Calm down, liberal. It's just an Umineko reference. Holy shit. Implying all women have boobs. Okay, sure. No, I wasn't. It was just describing a feature of a woman. It was an extrapolation off of that statement. Keep up, keep up. Not surprised I'm getting this level of reasoning from someone who thinks Snakebite is a good card, but it's alright. It's okay. We'll get through it. 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. I would like some music. It is, whatever is an easy Act 1 pick. It's not an easy Act 1 pick. It's too slow. It does have a place, but it's too slow, okay? It's a lot of damage, but it's too slow. It's not going to help you that much. There are way better picks than Act 1. It has retained... It takes up a draw! I bet you're dodging Act 1 Elite Cycle player. I'm not actually. I go for all of them. You don't know how I play. I'm usually upset if I can only kill 2. I try to get 3. Sometimes I even go for 4. I go for elites all the time. What are you talking about? You don't know me. You don't know how I play. I do have to learn to plan my routes better instead of just like running doggedly at the elites no matter what the placement is. You still do have to be careful, yeah. I am save scumming a little bit. But it's to learn the fights more than anything else. Like, I feel like... So this is what I like about save scumming in Slay the Spire 2, is that I lose, and I can immediately just Alt F4 and try again and be like, is there a way that I could have won, right? And then I win, I'm like, oh shit, I could have won if I had made different decisions. Like, I was doing a Regent run earlier, and I went up against the bug in Act 2 that likes to burrow on turn 3, and I used my, I had a retain edge build going, and I used my edge right at the first turn, and I realized I should have held the edge for longer, so instead I died, and I restarted. Actually, I didn't die, I just took a lot of damage, and I just restarted, and then this time I held the edge until turn 3, so as soon as he burrowed, I could just break his shield right away, and I was like, oh shit, I just learned so much. I need to hold a big attack if I can until Act 3 to turn 3 to get through that. So stuff like that is really good. Do you continue to run, or do you try again? I continue to run most of the time. Yeah, I think it's not like it's a waste to lose that opportunity. But like I don't consider my win streaks if I get onto a streak legitimate at all. Like, you know, my win rate or whatever. It's like I don't give a shit. Like, it's I actually dislike. I dislike it when games judge you in that way because I feel like it leads you to making decisions that are anti-fun. Like, if a game has a win streak thing, it's interesting to have stats, but at the same time, it's like I'm kind of punished for like trying to figure out, does this work or not in the grand scheme of things. So I feel like the game is judging me in the same way that like a Devil May Cry that has like the stylish meter, and it's like, okay, like are you varying your moves enough in order to get it up there? And it's like, okay, but like just I don't really want to use a lot of varying moves. Sometimes I just want to use the same kind of 3 things over and over again. I'm having fun with that, you know? Like I'm glad that Doom doesn't have that kind of system when it comes to the different guns, because sometimes you get into the groove of using like 2 or 3 guns and if it wanted you to use all of them, I'd be like, meh. I think Eternal is really good for that, for having low ammo, and you can still make it work. But yeah, phrasing, what did I say that was wrong there? Sorry. Does the game judge you on that, or are you judging yourself based on the info the game is giving you? I think a little bit of both. I think that the game is providing you the mechanism to judge yourself. I think that the stylish meters that are in some games are definitely judgmental. But like seeing like your stats and you've gone on like some crazy ass win streaks or lose streaks or whatever can be very demoralizing. It's the same for playing an online game, shooter game. I'm really bad for this in Hunt Showdown. Like I hate that has a KDA because I feel like the KDA is a measurement of your success. So me, who's in Hunt Showdown, has been stuck at around a 1.3 KDA for God knows how long. Like, and it was really good. And the flip side is that when I first played Hunt Showdown for the first like couple hundred hours, I was at like a 0.6 KDA, like really, really low. And I climbed my way back up to 0.34 or whatever, like it was 1.34 or whatever. And now it feels really bad whenever I die a lot to be thinking, okay, that's ruining my KDA. Now my metric is going down, that sort of thing. It just kind of sucks. I shouldn't care, but I do care because it was nice to improve it. You know what I mean? KDA does depend on your opponent's skill. Yeah, it does. Yeah, or how you know their gaming chair. Like I'm objectively good at Ultra Kill. I've P ranked everything. Like P rank like Pizza Tower. Last update, but struggling now feels worse because of it. Huh? Okay. Ultra Kill has rankings. That sucks. When do you plan to do the anime Marvel races? I don't know. You don't have to say the same question when the original placing of the question is still on the screen, chatter. Like you're allowed to ask the same question twice, but it's a little obnoxious to have it. Like I can see both of them on my screen. Maybe you're on your phone. Okay, that's true. Maybe you're on your phone, you can't see it. Do. You must simply answer my question, streamer. I just sneezed, bless you. Thank you, McRascal, for the 13 months. Hi Tao. Wow, I can't believe next week we finally start the year of 2s. Gradius 2, Patho 2, Neo 2, Last of Us 2, Fear and Hunger 2. Even your son is playing Dark Souls 2 in preparation. Unfortunately, that means 3 houses won't be this year, thank God. Better luck next time, Fire Emblem fans. P.S. When you inevitably play Valhalla, I just learned I can cancel things, so I can cancel Fire Emblem 3 houses. I'm gonna cancel so much stuff, now I know how to do it. Thanks, NL. P.S. When you inevitably play Valhalla DLC, play it on console. Valhalla DLC? What's that? Constantly crashes on PC, and trust me, you don't want to crash mid-run and lose all your progress. I don't know what that is, sorry. What's Valhalla DLC? Why don't you do Scrandle again? Chat wanted it to be done. I would happily play Scrandle every single day, but enough of chat said that they were tired of Scrandle and didn't want it taking up stream time again. God of War. Oh, God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, we should probably do that at some point. I would enjoy doing that. I might want to replay Ragnarok first, though, so I don't want to stream that. Have you considered having other people around during the AA stream so it's not just you reading? Could maybe help with the fatigue? There's a short list of people that I'm comfortable having on stream like that, and I don't really want to be like, hey, want to come on? I don't want to put people out there. It's fine. I'm also just kind of enjoying just reading by myself for a bit. It would help for sure, but bringing another person on requires a lot of like scheduling stuff, and it's a different mode for streaming, and yeah, so it's okay. Thank you, Team Player 15, for the new sub. Welcome. While the stream is down 4 hours ago. Thank you very much. Thank you, Captain Ishmael, for the 9 months too. Hi, Toe. I'm still stuck in the VODland trying to finish Best Narrator 2024 EO. What? What's that? But I managed to watch every Pathos stream. Oh, that's good. I hope you liked them. Really happy you played it. It was a blast. And the Jackogate ending was my favorite. I would also like to take advantage of the opportunity to tell chat they have massive skill issue. I've been dropping eggs since COVID and still haven't broken a single plate yet. Get good, scrubs. What's Best Narrator 2024, yo? I don't know what that is. Umineko? Metaphor? Oh, metaphor. It's metaphor. It's metaphor. All right, I understand. It's Greg. Yeah. It's Greg. Thank you, Zalante, for the 80 months. 80 months. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Zalante. With no message. Let's pretend there's a jobs. Thank you, Huli Godot, for the bits. This is a bribe to not cancel the anime marble race. Oh, that's not getting canceled. Don't worry about it. I just need to think of a way we can gamble away a bunch of monocoins. What did Joe cancel? Joe didn't cancel anything. NL canceled his cruise, and the internet is on fire. There are like fewer people here than there should be, considering the viewership of the other streams. Is my counter bugged, or are half of my audience like just, you know, crying in the corner about the cruise being canceled? What's going on? 795. Yes, is that for me too? Yeah. Maybe you fell off. Maybe I did fall off. Yeah. The biggest fear of the online platform influencers is the fear of falling off. Yeah. Out of nowhere, they got tired of the teacup bit. What's the teacup bit? I don't know what the teacup bit is. Do I have a bit about a teacup? The wrong cruise watch. And last year on my list is Com908, Mitchell256, and Yuri was taken. We almost had a streak of names and numbers in them there. Com908 is 97 months at tier 2. Holy shit. Interestingly enough, lawyers study a lot of old British court decisions because common law in Canada and the US is basically English common law. Anyways, I cannot believe the fucking cruise is canceled. Fucking hell. Just cashed out my 401k to buy a ticket so I can hang out with my best friends. How hard is it to get into law as an amateur, sort of just like wanting to be able to read cases and stuff? It seems impenetrable to me, more so than anything else. What if there's like some online courses you can take or something like that? Kind of annoys me that all the interactions I've ever had with a lawyer, except for one, have been absolutely fucking obnoxious and really, really awkward. So, you know, I'd rather not just be entirely beholden to someone like that. Although maybe knowing something would make them more angry and they would be even more of an asshole. I don't know. Thank you, Mitchell256, for the 22 months. Running at Elite. What is this, Halo? Finally not playing a weeb game. Thank fuck. I wish we were playing Halo. Halo would go hard right now. Thank you, You're again. Tier 3 as well, 27 months. No, we Scrant. Yeah, we don't do Scandal anymore. No, we Scrant. We do it on Friday, though. Are we gonna have like a lot of fan art tomorrow? Tomorrow is Friday, right? We didn't do fan art last week. We might have a big fan art thing tomorrow. Huh. What are we doing tomorrow? If we finish this case today, which is not looking good considering how, you know, it's 20 minutes and we haven't started yet. Maybe we won't do this tomorrow. We will just do fan art and Slay Aspire, Mugenics, Enter the Gungeon, something like that. I'm not sure. You have 50? We don't do 50 in one day. So, like, I think we usually try to cap it around 30 something. So there's gonna be spillover to next week. Bum, 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 bum. Oh man, do we want to do 50 fan art tomorrow? All the fan art. Oh, thank you, Master Pink, for resubscribing right now too with 15 months. Hope you enjoyed The Great Ace Attorney. Sadly, I can't watch it since I want to play it myself. I'm enjoying it so far, yeah. The mysteries haven't been the best, but I kind of enjoyed the banality, not banality, the mundaneness of Case 3, Episode 3. I wrote you some yaoi, please respond. You wrote me some yaoi. Wow. Now that we've officially fallen off, says TrickV1234 with some bits, we can start asking the real questions like, does The Great Ace Attorney have better facial animations than Life is Strange 2? It does! It does, yeah, it does. It It does. Okay, so what happened yesterday? Yesterday we went through this investigation and we found out that someone was killed here, was stabbed in the back. Meanwhile, some guy that is another visiting student from Japan was walking here from the bookstore, saw the corpse and then just ran home scared, dropped a bunch of his books on the floor that he just got from the bookstore. Then Scotland Yard pulled Herlock Sholmes off of the boat as he just arrived from his trip, immediately called him over here, got him to figure out who fled the scene. They mistook this as the person who fled the scene was the killer, went to his house and arrested him, and now we're defending him. There was a lot of bullshit about the bookstore and also this couple that lives here where the wife was pretending to be a maid so they looked like they were middle class instead of lower class, and there was like a lot of like lol, domestic abuse is so funny, am I right, as long as it's the man getting beat up. So like lol, and then it was because like she thought he was cheating on her because he got a book from the same bookstore and it had like a note in it saying, James, I love you so much, or some shit. His name is John. And he was like, I'm not even James, what are you talking about? It could still be him, by the way. He could just be giving her a fake name. So it could be something like that. Maybe like her outrage is warranted, but the pouring hot tea into his lap and slapping him across the face continually is not warranted. She also ruined the whole entire room that they were in. I don't know how that's relevant, although they were standing at the window when the murder apparently happened, so maybe she saw something, I'm not sure. What else was there? I think that's it, isn't it? Oh, the room is cursed. We're up against Reaper the Bailey, who also curses his victims. The room was cheap because it was cursed. We also met Iris Wilson, who is the Watson of this game with Sherlock, even though there was another Wilson that meant to be like the Watson stand-in in Japan in Case 1, but it turns out that was just misdirection, I guess. I was maybe thinking that that was her dad, but I guess not. I can't remember if there's anything else. You'll definitely be done with the trial today considering the pace you're going. Don't worry, you can probably chill tomorrow with something else. Okay, that's cool. Do you like that hasn't been any magic, or do you miss the mystic bullshit? I like that hasn't been any magic. Typically, I don't really like magic when it comes to mysteries, because the magic has to be like very rigidly established. Because fundamental of a mystery story is that the reader or audience has to be able to figure it out. They have to be able to be going along with the story. If you can't do that, you can still have a air quotes mystery, but it has to be something like, oh, I wonder how that's going to get resolved, but it's not really a mystery story, right? That's the difference. It's going to be something that can be mystery themed, or it can be like just have unanswered questions. But if it's explicitly a mystery, it needs to be something that the reader can go along and can figure out as well. The dryer is going off, sorry. And magic systems have to be like hard magic instead of soft magic, and be very, very established in order for that to work out well. Now, I think that almost all writing is actually mystery writing. I like doing mystery writing myself, and that's why I prefer usually hard magic systems. I don't like it when characters can just pull spells out of their ass and just like and get out of problems and stuff like that. It's not very satisfying writing to me, but some people like it. Yeah, so having hard magic systems are fun. The difference between hard and soft magic, by the way, is hard magic is usually you know what the rules are. It's very limited. It's almost like a science. Whereas soft magic is very vibes-based feelings. It's like someone might just like go to a very dark place and remember childhood trauma, and then awaken and be like, oh, Master, I must go all this just once, and suddenly you can do some new power that you never even knew he could do before. Blah blah blah. Like very very soft vibes-based magic, which is fine. It can have moments. We all love hype moments in Aura, but hard magic is usually very established that you can only do fireball this many times, and this area is going to do this damage. You know, you can do a little bit of psychicness for a bit, that sort of thing. So yeah, I don't necessarily like it more, but I do think maybe Susie is psychic and she just doesn't know yet, and it's just going to be a bit that will have like a note at the end of the story, ha ha ha, she's actually, you know, one of the Fays after all. But yeah, I don't know. It's nice, I guess. Anyway, let's continue. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. I like that he's worried about this. I like that he's just not going along with it. I like that he's worried. The characters in this, especially with a lot of other games we played, are very aware of the situation they're in. They're actually stopping to think of what they're dealing with. And yet they're still pulling it off as being wacky. I really like Susie, by the way. She's good. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. So this is the accused, if you weren't here yesterday. This is the defendant. Mr. Natsumi, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. They are a little bloodshot, aren't they? The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Or in this case, the Pokemon. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Yeah. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Yep. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsumi. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Thank you, Ver, for the 12 months, 1 year. I was really looking forward to the cruise. I feel misenry now? Misenry? Misenry? Like miserable? Misenry? You're missing it? Misenry? What's... Les Mis? Because of the cruise? Because upper class people go on cruises and like the theater? I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing my best. Thank you, Ace Vector, for sentiments as well. Misery, yeah. Oh, the misery. Okay, I just want to say thank you for all the reading and voices you've been doing playing this game. I haven't really doing that many voices though. Or is that what you're thanking me for not doing them? It really makes experiencing this game second time an immersive treat. Thank you. Side note, you owe me an egg. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ver, as well. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. I wonder if it's going to be the same jury. I'll be really impressed if it's not. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I wonder if Zeeks is going to treat us differently in the courtroom now, because he seemed to have like a growing respect for us toward the end when we were pursuing the truth instead of just getting our client off. I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Was he moonlighting as the Ripper of the Bailey? Like, what was he doing? Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return in the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Oh, I also want to know. Mundane? Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsumi, but that is how the papers are describing it. Does he just want to go back up against us in court, maybe? Because he knew that we were going to be representing the defendant? Huh. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I would. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. You can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Bro, you begged us to take the case. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsumi, who asked me to represent. Yeah, fucking, yeah. Joe Noski, yeah. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Locum Naruhodo Esquire, son. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsumi. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikitoba Esquire's son. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsumi, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. What does locum mean? Alright then, Mr. Natsumi, it's time. Let's go. Yes. Yes, some sort of title, qualifier, quality. This is it. Replacement stand-in? Okay. My second appearance in the British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. Substitute? Could you say like a locum teacher then? Or is it a different context? Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client till last. But he was guilty last time! Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. You heard the answer yesterday? Did I? I don't know what you're talking about, chatter. The 20th of February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. It is a different jury. Oh, hold on. It looks like the guy from the first trial is back, but now he's a member of the jury. You don't know if he was guilty? He was fucking guilty. Come on. He may not have actually stabbed the guy, but he facilitated the stabbing. Like, he's guilty. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. God, he's so hot. I'm straight, so it's not being horny. I'm just pointing out, you know, as one straight man to another, that he is, you know, attractive. That's it. It's not horny posting. The defense is ready, my lord. If I was bi, it would be horny posting, but I'm not, so it isn't. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London, but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susanoo-san! After all... Errol, you were right about that emote being needed. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Haha, my chalice is half full, or half empty. Very true, and it was fascinating if Dark Trial was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Okay, what are they doing? I hope that they're building up to like a a narrative that can like have a through line between not all of them, but some of the cases that we've done before, I loved. Was it Trials and Tribulations? What was the one with the coffee lawyer? I loved how much they set up in that story. That was really well done. Like, it wasn't the best story ever, of course, but like fucking hell, that was really impressive how much they laid out details and kept it being like actual contained stories at the same time, but then having a big thing. Like, yeah, I wonder if they're doing something similar here. That would be nice. Yeah, something like later on, we have to defend the Reaper maybe, or maybe we have to work with him in some way, something like that. Maybe they're setting up that it looks like he's killing people, but he's actually not. It's unrelated. Just something like that. That would be really, really cool. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Okay, like this is like, you know, he can't be here. He might be mad at us because of what happened in the last trial. Fuck that. No. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Lot of heart, time travel. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. What? You're a suspect. No, I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. No, come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. McReady? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Kangaroo Court. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Is my window open? Nope. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Why can't anyone be normal in this world? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Spoke of being impressed about the models, and I do think it's worth getting impressed over. I think they're really creative and well rendered, and the greatest part is in the animation. It gives so much life to the characters. I do think that they cycle some of the use some of the animations, or let them cycle a bit too much. But especially compared to the other games, like wow, there's so much variety. Like you can really feel it in lower budget games, and it's not like the biggest problem in the world, but it can wear a bit thin. Like the returning characters over and over again because it was so expensive and so much of the budget went to making some of the models and sprites that they have to get more use, you know? They couldn't have them come back. And you see some of them coming back here, but it's like just a little bit, whereas most of them are new. Like having like, how many people in the juries? It's been 6, 12, and 2 of them are repeats from other ones. So having 10 unique people in the jury just for that part has been really cool so far. You know, whereas in the other games it's like a lot of hearts back again, gotta be back somewhere, you know, like that sort of thing. This guy's here instead of being Gumshoe the whole time. I thought the inspector was gonna be in more of them, and he's probably gonna come back later, but you know, yeah, it's nice. Gorsh. Thank you, Annie Storm Sonic, for the 9 months. How do I spend my 100k monocoins? I really want to use my 100k monocoins. Where is my use for 100k monocoins? How can I eat my 100k monocoins? You can eat them for sure. You can do some gambling. Do we do any gambling for Ace Attorney or no? Can't remember. Thank you, Sky Thicon as well for 13 months. Food 200 guineas, rent 800 guineas, chalices 3,600 guineas. Please help me budget this. My family is dying. I think his chalice just reassembles itself. He's got a magic chalice. He's got to be. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Something just cracked in the kitchen. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. The dog doesn't seem to care, so that's alright. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. She looks odd. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Would Gatsby defend you or would he not care? I don't know. I think he would. Sometimes he can get aggressive with other dogs. Or not aggressive, defensive. Like he goes into alert mode. But I don't know. Huskies are usually not prone to attack or doing anything like that at all. But he's half German Shepherd, so I don't know which would take over. He might just have the alertness and the paranoia of a German Shepherd, but he would never follow through. I don't know. Comatose I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. I mean, it could be. I don't think that's what knife stabs would do. I think blood loss can do that though, right? If you lose enough blood and you're... The body's weird sometimes. It could put you in a coma, couldn't it? Fell down and hit her head, maybe? Not sure. Pray, elaborate on the deaths, on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Man, they're just making shit up, huh? Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. Why don't we just wait? This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered into the court record. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. A flip knife? A switchblade, is that count as a switchblade? A switchblade is one that you hit a button on and it emerges, or are these switchblades too? This is a flip knife, right? I don't know a lot about knives. I have a knife like this for like cutting down boxes and stuff. I can't remember if that counts as a switchblade or not. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Yeah, you should be, yeah. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggly-looking Sosuke-san, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The judge knows his knives. Interesting. Jackknife has been entered into the court record. A large but commonplace folding knife. Folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Switchblades have some sort of spring assist to open. That's why they're illegal. What's the worry? Is that the spring might fail, or you might hit the button accidentally, and it might just go off in a bad spot or something? Like, what is it specifically about spring-loaded knives that are more dangerous than folding knives? Too easy to use as a weapon. Oh, really? Just a couple of seconds or like a second is difference is huh? Really? Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. You don't have to do the stabbing motion. Oh, is the spring so strong that you could just put the unsheathed hilt against someone and hit the button and the spring will do the damage for you? No way. Like, it'll do something, but it's not gonna go... Well, I guess if the spring was good enough. I guess the idea is that you don't need a mechanism like that for household use. Well, you don't even need the folding for household use either, although I guess it's not dangerous. I don't understand this law. That's okay. I don't need to do that. I don't need to. About locum, it's what Naruhodo calls himself when they first speak to Sosuke. To quote, I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. Not exactly the definition, sure, but pretty close. Okay. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from it, sorry, I was distracted a little bit by chat there, and that's not chat's fault. It's my fault. 1 second. Okay, so it didn't explicitly say that nothing was stolen. It just said that she was a poor student, so she probably didn't have anything to steal. But it didn't explicitly say that it wasn't theft, right? Is my reading of this correct? She wouldn't have had anything much worth pinching, but that doesn't mean that something was stolen. Okay, let's see how it goes. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsumi possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Maybe you just like stabbing people, yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery, but your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Who has the best yaoi hands in the series, chat, and why is it Edgeworth? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Sino Poya, for the 34 months, or 33 months here is on there too, for those who sub after, with the Joms dancing. Thank you. Mr. Natsumi's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Who took that? Why is there no blood? Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Well, I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Forgive my ignorance about many things, but this time, forgive my ignorance about cameras. Did they have color photographs in the late 1800s? When did that happen? Not like that, I think. Sci-fi photography? They could, oh, that's right, they couldn't dream in color yet, that's right. A photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Whoa. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsumi has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh, I forgot about him saying this. Really? So you saw her just collapse, but you didn't see her get stabbed? So someone threw the knife then. You would have seen someone there, unless someone was hiding in the shadows. So someone threw a knife. Is there any possible way that in the fire in the apartment that some explosion went off and sent a fucking knife hurtling through the window? No, because the window wasn't broken. Did the windows open? I don't think so. I don't think the angle would be right either, would it? No. Okay, so, So either an assassin in the dark or thrown knife. Interesting. As everyone famously knows, I hate throwing knives, so I'm upset about this development. Fuck. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Humph, a green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What in the world will come? What will the world come up with next? Oh yeah, there we go. They're talking about it. Okay. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. He's not even British. He couldn't do the stabbing. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, sumari, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination and turn the tables here. It's our only chance. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. I like fog. That's light, isn't it? That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. Breaking news, would you like to know who performed 007's first light opening theme? I would like to know. Is it Billie Eilish? No, she did the last one. It's Lana Del Rey. Oh, is it? I like Lana Del Rey. I haven't listened to many of her albums though, but like when Lana Del Rey first broke out with like Born to Die, that sort of era, I like those songs that she did. Play a video game. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Tisk, how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. I have never been in fog that thick. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ugh. Suzato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Huh. Could someone have been hiding in the fog? Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about it but the victim and the accused. I think Elizabeth Woolridge Grant, Lana's real name, is a bad person. Well, most of them are, yeah. But like, if you go about like judging a bunch of people like that, then you can't enjoy anything. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Yeah, what about these witnesses? Yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, Mom. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary, in due time. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history. Mankind has completely conquered the darkness. And now no one can see the stars, and the whole generations of people don't understand that used to be able to look up and see the whole fucking Milky Way, and it's fucking beautiful. Now you can't see it because you only see like a couple stars of fucking light pollution, which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'd be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Why do we have life in the top right corner? That's kind of terrifying. From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Bart's. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Burst through the fucking doors. Olive Green's come around! Ooh, yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events, as illuminated as our streets are here in London with our gas streetlights. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Whoa! Dude, what the fuck? The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Hold it! Mr. Natsumi's belongings, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. I always find it disturbing when someone can be intelligent and racist. Like it just doesn't compute to me. Like there are people that are smart and know a lot of things, and you talk about certain topics, and they're really sharp. They understand things. They're really sympathetic to a lot of different stuff. But then you just like this fucking but also racist. It's like ooh, I just don't get it. Fucking hell. Yes, the three books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all three books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? And also racist. It doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsumi had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Didn't we just do that one? No. Hold it! The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. I enjoy a secondhand bookshop. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The book's room is stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Oh, it's right there. I thought it was going to be in Calabash. All right, why is Calabash on the road then? Because otherwise we wouldn't be able to it would be too zoomed in? There's got to be something to do with Calabash Road. The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Bourbon, a little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearscombe Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Or he crossed Mearscombe Street and walked on the other side, something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the court record. Street map of the local area showing locations that are relevant to the case. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular slop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's location, the bookshop's name, the bookshop's stock. The location, right? Yeah. The crucial detail in what you just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Eh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. You used red bloomin' ink and drew the bloke's route home for you. I now distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Did I fuck up there, or was that just a gag? It was a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. You asked for the help of the famous detective, Herlock Sholmes, to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That jack in office, that busybody, just comes in and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I tell them time again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. If something stinks, it must be the butts. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. A bloomin' he was? I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rance magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too. Stripped of my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, have him killed. Perhaps I should step in and deal with him? Ooh, arg. It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted to it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination— Oh yeah, there's a jury! I'm afraid that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Oh fuck, do we? Okay, is this another one of those, like, press them again to get more information? Because, like, fuck if I can see one I can present to. What do I even have to present? Local street map. The lodgings. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaboriau, and Canterbury Yearnings. Alright, so that is 3 books. And it is 4:45 p.m. Your books? Is that a different store? Or is that just like a cute way that they put the receipt there? What's your books? Details: young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim: olive green female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting officer Royly Beat. Okay, there's the blade. Oh, the tip is gone. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. No, it was me. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Maybe that's why she's comatose. It looks like the right one. Okay, I'm gonna guess that it's that the bookstore has a different name. I don't know about that. That seems kind of hard to spot. Just a matter of working out the books that belong to him. We found the book to arrest him. Okay, I don't know what to do here, actually. This doesn't seem right to me. Those would be a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Okay, let's try it. It's gonna say that this is the wrong bookstore, but maybe it's your books is just like a cute thing that they put there, right? Bourbon Books. Okay, let's see.
Objection!
The witness's last statement is clearly at odds with this piece of evidence. I'm sorry, counsel, but I failed to see the connection. Oh, okay, so it's not that? And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look that you want to wear? Okay, what is it then? I don't see any way to present evidence to counter any statements. So do I have to just press them again? Let's see. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was unusually light fog. Okay, I don't think there's anything I can present that is here that counters that. Right? Oh, there's the second page. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay, there's that. Okay, I don't see anything to counter there. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Okay. I don't see anything to counter there. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. This seems right to me. There's nothing to counter. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Okay, that is correct. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Yep. Like we can't. Does it want the map? That this is wrong? It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to when we found the book to arrest him. Okay, so what could I be saying right now? Right now I could be saying just because he was there doesn't mean that he's the one that killed them. But we kind of already said that. I don't see any evidence that I can present unless it's like I have to present the map instead and show the map. The map is something that got updated when we did the pressing. So maybe it's that I have to present the map and say this is the wrong bookstore. But that's connecting two different things that can't be it. Let's just press everything again and see. Maybe there's more to do because I'm confused right now. Sorry for the repeat here. Light fog, you say. Well, for light for London, you can see upside. Not much farther though. That's light, is it? On these parts, it's Japanese fellow like yourself. Blah blah blah. In my country, people usually just how quaint. Yes, well, some Londoners you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, fog. Is it that I got the wrong thing on pressing about the bookstore? Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled. Okay. However, on the day concerns us. Are you able to state? Quite simply, we're learning a friend, because that's who told us. Oh yes, Inspector Grayson mentioned it. That's right, one of those policemen, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call on the stand. Should be necessary. Wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, is it that how you said that those are the only two there, but there was a witness to the crime, maybe? So there was someone else there? Is that it? No matter how like the fog had been, how can I present that? I'm aware of the tiny island in the east. But the capital is gas streetlights. Blah blah blah. All right, so nothing new so far. Right here in London for some history. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Okay, maybe it's that then. So then, how was there eyewitness testimony? Like how was there a photograph? Right? Maybe that's it.
Objection.
No. Okay. I mean, I feel like the two that I've given do actually make sense, but it's just not what the game wants from me right now. Okay. From behind, you say? That's right. Do you find the photograph print of the crime scene? Yeah, we saw them already. Those are the belongings. 3 books on the floor. That's right. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged with the falling snow, of course. Is it also that she was getting books, so there should be more than 3 books, but her books could be in her bag, right? So I don't think that's right. It could be though, if that's what it wants. Yes, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature. I'm surprised this is what you got stuck on. That makes me feel so much better about myself. Thank you, Chatter. I commend the accused of lofty subject matter to scholarly attention. Please put the more bookshop in question, please, Inspector. Well, if I must. Let's ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Bourbon Books. Wilpis and Corner Barber to Messroom Street. Okay, can I have a different thing here to do, or no? Something like this. Yes, in conclusion, Inspector, defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important place the inspector just made belonged to the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of... Oh, okay, so, like, why are you saying that I'm surprised you got stuck on this when I was right, it's just that I had to go through a menu for it. What the... Oh, fuck it. Okay, would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Could I be wearing any more clothes? Okay, so that has been added now. All right, so there we go. We can press him on this one. Joe's short-term memory loss. Why? So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. Or he's gone on some sort of super cruise. Might be back sooner than he thinks, though. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited the shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. Might sneeze. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. It seems he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. What a life. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. He might get knocked over by a carriage like I did the other day, so... It's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Does it matter working out the books? Okay, so it is presenting the receipt. We just didn't have the option before. Okay. All right. So here.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsumi's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsumi did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree! I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help? Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Okay, but he did, Big Mac. So, like, okay, we're sowing dissent and some doubt in the testimony, but, like, could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, you absolutely could be right. You're not right, though. You're Miss Naruhodo. Thank you, Iseft, for the 15 months with Joe-san. Thank you very much, Iseft. Thank you, Guaton? Town? Something? Not sure. Guaton? We're gonna go with Guaton. For the 8 months. Hey Joe, just want to say that I tried the egg dropping thing with 4 eggs and every single one bursted open and left a mess in my kitchen. Maybe my eggs aren't European though. Did it really? Are you dropping them from too high a height? Were you putting some spin on them? Like what were you doing? Like genuinely, I've cracked like 24 eggs with this method now. Just dropping them from about maybe like around a foot high onto a plate. Maybe go a little lower than that maybe? I don't know. And yeah, it just worked fine. Yeah. You're counting the eggs you're cracking? No, I've made 2 batches of a whole 12 eggs at once. That's how I just know it was 24. Yeah. Can you measure how high you're dropping them? I measured 12 inches in a shadow. I can measure, sure, but I'm pretty sure it's even more than a foot. Yeah, I can do that, sure. Thank you, A Reasonable Horse, for 10 gifts as well. Thank you, A Reasonable Horse. Unreasonable as always. I think like you could always just go a little lower and just go higher with each one until you find the sweet spot. Yeah. Inspector Gregson, where is this your book's establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. What do you mean you looked into it? Why would you look into it? If it turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east. Okay, are we gonna really spend a lot of time now thinking about like what would the fastest route home be from here, and would he take that route? Would he go down Calabash Road? But no, oh no, it's at an angle. It'd be faster if he went to the left and then went down. Like, are we gonna do this right now? Location maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. Would you say his eyes are blue or green? I would say green. What do we think? To your future career in the circus. Sure, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. Teal? Yeah, they're kind of a teal. I don't know, I'm leaning toward green though, more than blue, but I could see someone saying blue for sure. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon books. There's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. He's right, like, he's absolutely right, it doesn't matter. He confirmed himself that he walked past it, and the books are there, so yeah, he must have walked past. Is the whole point that he might have walked past, like, passing from forward to back or whatever? Like, he was standing in front of her instead of behind when the stab? I don't understand what fucking, what Big Mac is trying to say right now. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. Okay, so she has the ring on her finger, so it is the same person. It's not just someone else who has the model. Okay, what did I say? I've had enough of this now. What was that? I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, but would you mind repeating that? I was wondering when the Path of the Stream is coming. Glad you asked, Shatter. Pathologic 2 will be starting on Tuesday. I said that was the earliest it was going to start, and it is going to be starting on next Tuesday. Tuesday the 21st, we'll be starting Pathologic 2, and then we'll be continuing it on Saturdays. And 25th on Saturday, we are starting a Road to Empress on Hypothetical Walrus' stream. I'm pretty sure. That's when we're going to be starting it. So, busy week next week. Pathologic 2 starting on 21st, and then Great Ace Attorney finishing on Friday, hopefully. So 22nd, 23rd, 24th for a Great Ace Attorney. I'm willing to go a little later if that's the case, and then Road to Empress on Walrus' stream will be on the 25th. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? The prosecution's assertion is correct. The members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsumi is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Sosuke-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but raised an objection. He could have taken the alley. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. We are not doing resolve? I don't know what that means, sorry. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsumi could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, he doesn't know the streets very well. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, Sumari. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. If only we could ask him. Aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsumi which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Okay, can we ask him in his language? Maybe he was just answering questions wrongly. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... It's Susie. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Whoa.
Guilty.
Whoa.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
What? Okay, are we doing another summation examination, or... It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Big top. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Corey, not yet willing to give up and die. You would know. Pulling the sash up. That's cool. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights in the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. What the fuck you talking about? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you've determined the defendant to be guilty. Get your Mew shoes on. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity really admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Oh, your books, yes. Nice shop, that. The Bourbon books? Humph. No, not worth a visit. I don't know why this guy gets a voice, but he does. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Well, then you're bad at your job, Judge. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsumi's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I simply make a case for the defense? What if London is haunted and has many ghosts that carry knives? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Summation. Examination. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryu. You can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Consider the facts. The fact being that I have a katana, and if you don't change your vote, I'm going to stab you through the chest. Pretty compelling. I would change your vote if I were you. For Pete's sake, that little Nipponese oddity. Okay, so we press them, and we try and find something that we can turn them against each other. That's how it was, right? Okay, so let's just go in order.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but, aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. And then we didn't do it. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. But I still got time to put in my juror hours if I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. He said to the woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why can it have only been the victim? Why it can have only have been the victim, sorry. You're right, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let's not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. No idea what this accent is, but if that's the lies you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? He's simply dumb. Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious? Isn't that obvious? No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Okay, not seeing anything to do just yet, but alright. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
Yeah, he would, he's stupid. God, the racism makes me so uncomfortable. Does it? I think that it's... I enjoy the racism. I think the racism is a good inclusion because this time they would have been racist. They would have been really casually racist. I'm glad that it's not, like, really cruel and vicious racism. Like, that would be like, oh man, we're gonna do this. But the fact that there is racism is true to the time period. In a way, this is a weird statement to make, in a way, it would be more racist for them not to be racist. You know what I mean? Like, going back and having a period piece and just being like, and everyone just got along and they weren't racist at all is more racist than they were. You know what I mean? It's like just fucking just deleting it that it happened, right? I do think that there is room for period times to not have to be true to that if it's like a kid's thing or anything like that. But you know, like when it's trying to be somewhat authentic, yeah, they would be racist, right? But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsumi could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my own mind on a whim that he did it. Maybe there's some secret alley that we don't know about. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Sushi-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Interesting. Okay, so what is one of the other ones going to say about that we can put them against each other? So the poor woman was attacked from behind. Was she? How dreadful. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsumi his room. The master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand. She's keeping up that charade? Ugh. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsumi, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? When you play charades, is it a feature or a bug that most of the game is just getting angry at the person who is doing the charade? Absolutely, is that actually the point of the game? I don't carry that much hate within me. We all do our best. That's the feature. Thank you, Dirk Rashid, for the 92 months. Thank you very much. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the Grace Attorney. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsumi, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. This has to be conflicting interest. Come on. In that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsumi look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all of his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache? The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh, it was never answered how she knows so much about his schedule. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsumi. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn till dusk. It is. Is one of them being dug up on the road right now? And so you're out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. Oh, okay, here we go. By the old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mearsham Street it was. Mearsham Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. You're number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine. I'll do it then. Okay, so where is it? Oh, it's not. We have to press him for it. So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today. A few bob? Well, and when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day, you see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you are carrying out. Give it here then. Let me have a look. Right, let's see then. Oh! Here we are. Meerschaum Street. Yes, it was just here, like. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. Is there anyone who wasn't on the street at the time? The fucking old man is one of the witnesses. What the fuck? That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. The fucking southern British one was wearing a green coat, and it was the one that he passed. Like, what the? Okay, road works on Meerschaum Street, huh? Oh, your books, yes, nice shop that, but Bourbon books, oof, no, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Fuck you talking about? Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I own it. I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day. I'm losing the voice, including the day you're all talking about. Wait, you were there? And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Oh, well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. What the fuck? You're wearing green! Was it you? What the fuck? That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. Someone tried to stab me in the back, but the knife just bounced off because I wear a bulletproof vest. Oh, that's why the fucking knife tip is gone, because this person was stabbed and it was a fake stabbing. Okay. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's oh, for fuck's sake! It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. So it was her books that were around her then? This happened on Calabash Road? Oh, that's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Put it on the map. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Unless there was some street works going on. Juror number 6, I insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Oh, sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced that Mr. Natsumi's guilt. Didn't read that right, but I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. Alright, I'm sorry, you just activated my trigger phrase. We have to have an hour-long talk now. Fucking, I've forgotten your name, I'm so angry. Susie, I'm sorry, I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsumi or anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yeah. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Okay, now I am now actually paying for you to do VA. Please do the voice. I don't want to. I can't do the voices consistently. Don't give me money for the voices. Then I'll feel bad if I can't do them. Thank you for the bits though, and Annie for Prez. Scorpio server also bits for the old man voice. No. No, no, I'm gonna lose it. It's gonna become goofy in fucking like 3 more sessions with this guy. Okay, did you add? Okay, we have to press him on this. And what? That was around 5 o'clock, you say? The same time as the victim was attacked? Well, I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Oh, goodness. It was eons ago. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around about... Ah, yes, I remember now. It was just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Were you all right? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. It's come with a lot of heart. Also, there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. You knocked yourself out? No one around when I came to again. And no one around when I sneezed. Bless you. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. True, it sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. Ah, yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green coat? Were you, yeah, on the day in Oh, absolutely. Don't have another coat. It's the only coat I have. Yep. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job too, or I'd have nothing to wear here. So count your blessings, I say. Ho, 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 ho. I suppose we should... This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. No, he's got a full beard. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced Mrs. News. Okay, they should have let us press them before doing this again. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? All right, so we're using Green Fisherman's testimony against the lady that thinks that there's only green people. Woman in green. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna pit. For pity's sake. Okay, does it matter what order I put it in?
Objection.
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? Ooh. 6 me. Perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what does he remember? What he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Objection. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing the green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! Oh. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, look at that. My goodness me! Oh, sorry, you need to pee. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsumi saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings, and that's really important for some reason, and if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my! Well, that's true, but I'm gonna need 3 more You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? I'm also new in her voice now. It's contagious. What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Man, it seems like we should be doing examination summations in fucking every fucking trial, to be honest. Thank you. And I would too. What? It was me. Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... He's guilty of not helping me up. Back to guilty. New trial. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. We managed to change a couple minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsumi. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring his trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Who picked this fucking jury? Thank you, counsel. On with the submission examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, so we're pitting. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Alright, and we're pitting these two together.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. I was there, though. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Well, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yeah, you've made your point. No need to point at me. Yeah, okay, yeah, we just agreed with you. You don't have to rub it in. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. The street was dug up in the mound. He took the long way around. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. Whatever. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Loves filling holes. Loves digging them up and filling them in. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. Surely getting to 3 would be enough. The trial will continue.
Objection!
This is bullshit, Your Honor. Oh, he's actually drinking it. Not just giving it a sniff. Fuck. Oh, yeah, okay. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Why are you insulting the jury? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? What the fuck is a meter? That's not much at all. In other words, sumari, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. What? No? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Stop skipping leg day. I'm pretty sure I probably could, but jumping over a roadwork hole in winter where it might be slippery or anything like that, that's his argument? Fuck no. I wouldn't, especially he's fucking like, can barely stand. I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have a hope of passing that way, passing anyway. We could just turn in gentlefolk back when they came. Kids jump. I actually don't know if I could jump 2 meters. Could I jump 2 meters? With a run, absolutely. But just a little hop, 2 meters? I don't know. I don't know how long my hop is. I used to do the triple jump in school, and I could go really far doing the triple jump. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There could be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsumi walked down Briar Road. What were the books? Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man, you could talk. And you say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. The world record long jump is 8.95 meters, so 2 meters seems reasonable to anyone reasonably fit. I don't know, maybe doing long jumps is something you have to do a bunch of training for to even get started on it, right? Like, you could say the same argument about like how fast and long people can run, and the human body is meant for endurance. Like, you're meant to run. But if you went out for a jog right now and you hadn't done it before, you're fucked. Like, it's actually pretty hard to get into, even though your body is capable of quite a lot of it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's reasonable to say that the defendant would necessarily be able to do that. But again, it's not about jumping it. It's over a hole where they're doing work on in winter. I could almost do 1.8 meters from standstill. I'd like to see what I could do. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. If I was a horny streamer, I would make a horny joke right now, but I'm not going to. Order! Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Humph. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. I hate the jury. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, the cloak is coming off early this time. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Oh, so that was just a bunch of posturing for no reason. Okay. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, nonetheless. And is it his dog? I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand is his next witness, and no matter what they say, I believe Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh, it'd be a good time for a break, but we're half an hour off of it yet. So, oh, what the fuck? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Are you chewing your helmet? Oh, you are. Okay. Constable Royally Beat. Sa. Nothing to report on the streets. Sa. Narcolepsy. And I'm Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Aww. Cute couple. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Like a week anniversary or what? Okay, so these two were too busy making out to see anything. There's just no. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, I thought you were going to make a joke about them being newlyweds. Okay. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. Really? For the London Bobby is a man of honor. Sure. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beatty? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Roly? Roly Beatty. Constable Roly Beatty, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Man, Joe does not know how to pronounce names. What do you mean? What's wrong with Beatty? Could be Raleigh instead of Roly or Royley, but like what the fuck, man? Let's try you streaming, chat. This is our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal, and there was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. And all of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. Okay, so there was someone else there. Interesting. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. This is the last reading game. There's no more reading games after this. Just gameplay games forevermore after this. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate... But chancing! And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however... This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. Danganronpa 2x2 would beg to differ. Nah, cancelled! I learned to cancel things from NL. Like, cancelled. Don't have to do it. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Well, the policeman didn't say shit. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. Okay, it was a wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beatty? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Okay, do you work at the bookstore? Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform, and it suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Huh? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Raleigh, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, Sai. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. The police is my life, Sai. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. The fuck is that? What's that now? My warrant card, Sa, proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sa, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that plodding on my boots is all Londoners need to feel safe and secure. What's your boot budget for fucking all the walking? So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But Sa, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beatty puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. Oh, smooth! I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Damn. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And when then, kindly describe what happened next. After dinner, you mean, Judge? What the fuck are you talking? Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog. Oh, his book is in evidence? Oh, it had an icon and everything. Huh. Hold it! Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsumi. That's Mr. Natsumi for sure. I'm convinced. Guilty. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Force takes a firm hold. Your answer, please, Mr. Beatty. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Oh, it's Rolly, because it's Patrolly. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsumi, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. And then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? I thought it was royally it's probably a bunch of them. It's very clever. Yeah. What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around when where the victim had lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Whoa. Deed? Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth. Is there any other character that has like a mustache that could be this? That could be it. Oh, it was Tobias. Could it be you? The shape is there. Tall, thin man. You're limping though. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Who took the picture? Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Fucking army wives. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. I've had so many fucking interactions with army wives. Do you have any idea how many army wives played World of Warcraft? I don't know why. Just all of them went to World of Warcraft. Fucking hell. So many army couples playing World of Warcraft, wanting to fucking raid. Just so many fucking, just God, fucking But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beatty. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box to the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. Yeah, I'm falling asleep too, bro. Who gives a fuck? I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? She was always the healer, and she was always fucking terrible. So you would get this like good DPSer that would join the guild, and then you had this like shitty fucking healer that would come along with it, and they were a package deal. And you need to fill up seats, so you just have them in there and just be like fucking like you have to run an extra healer or two every single fucking raid because they were so fucking bad at the game. And you can tell her that she was bad at the game because then you would have to deal with the drama of like having to talk to the fucking husband about like, hey, like, oh my fucking god. And then sometimes they break up, and it's really awkward because they were still fucking playing World of Warcraft, even though we're broken up. Just fuck. Oh, one time one of them cheated on the other one. It was this whole fucking. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, sir. When Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? There was this one time that we were pulling Lich King 25 in Wrath of the Lich King, and there was this healer named what's a fake name I could say? Brisket. There was this healer named Brisket, okay? And Brisket was infamous for she played Holy Priest, and at the time Holy Priest's last talent point was when the Holy Priest died, they got to stay alive for like 10 seconds as this angel form that couldn't be killed that would do like unlimited healing. And Brisket had this unfathomable ability to just die in the first 5 seconds of the pull. Now I was the tank, so I had the boss on me all the time, so I don't know how she was doing this shit, okay? Like I was there, and she just like 5 seconds to the pull. What? Brisket is I will say her real name. Brisket is an angel. just like angel sitting in the fucking. Like, there's no damage on the DPS on recount. She's somehow dead, and she's just like a fucking angel for the rest of the fucking fight for 10 seconds, right? Fucking burning the fucking battle res on Brisket every single fucking pull. Anyway, so we're pulling Wrath of the Lich King 25, all right? And Weeaboo Bill is how we met, was playing World of Warcraft, and he wasn't raiding at the time, but he still show up sometimes to talk in like officer chat and DM with me about what was going on. Anyway, so he was also Weeaboo Bill also played a healer. He played a druid healer. Anyway, so I typed in officer chat. So here's the strategies that we're gonna do and blah blah blah. And Brisket is gonna have to be able to do some healing during this phase with putting like a bunch of like hots on the team when we're going to the side of the thing. Anyway, so then Weeaboo Bill is just like listening on the sidelines, types in chat. In officer chat, you know your plan's fucked when you're relying on Brisket to stay alive more than 10 seconds. Except, he didn't say it in officer chat, he typed it in healing chat on accident, which means Brisket could read it. So all you saw was this message from Weeaboo Bill, followed by like 20 fucking periods, enter, period, enter, period, enter, period, enter, period, enter, period, enter. So the message was flopped up the screen, followed by Weeaboo Bill has logged off. And it wasn't brought up, so I don't think she saw it, because he said it when we were doing the poll, and she was too busy finding a way to fucking die, apparently, in the first 10 seconds. Oh god, she was fucking terrible. Oh, fucking hell. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Did you talk about it after? Yeah, I talked about it after. I was laughing, it was really funny. I had a moment like that too. There was a guy named Zenoy, another fake name. Zenoy was one of these fucking pedantic fucking assholes that always needed to correct me because I was the raid leader and did all the guild mastering, right? So I like if I said, oh, so this boss attacks like it does 900 damage, he would pipe up and be like, actually it's 910 damage. I'd be like, all right, thank you Zenoy, yeah, it's 910 damage. Anyway, so on Vent, because we use Vent, on Vent, officers had their own binds, so I could talk to just the other officers when I hit a button. So I had two buttons. So I had a button that would address the whole entire guild, and then I had another button that would address just the officer. So I would get exceedingly more irate as the raid would go on with the thank you Zenoy, right? So I started saying it more viciously and sarcastically to the officer binds than to the guild. Usually I would say thank you Zenoy, yeah, you're right. Anyway, so we were on fucking Trial of the Grand Crusader, and Zenoy had one of his fucking Z moments where he has to correct me with like, this attack does 3 instances damage instead of 2 or whatever, and so that happened, and I hit an officer bind. I hit the right bind. Thank you, Zenoy. Once again, unbeknownst to me, one of the other officers was just talking to address the guild, and he had a really loud headset, so my voice came through his headset into his microphone and just blasted the whole fucking guild. He didn't change either. He stayed the same. He was actually a pretty good player. He was a paladin, something like that. Yeah. Sorry for the trip down memory lane. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, so I heard. Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the stump nod. Didn't we do this already? Did I hit the wrong one? Sorry, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. No, we didn't read this one, okay. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. I'm thirsty. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? Okay, I don't know what to push, so what do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beatty saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after his testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. Yeah, that's the bit, that's what we do. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsumi is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts. You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Okay, so are you telling me to push them again to get another thing, or no? Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. It's just doing my job. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. Okay, so the books are going to be wrong. All right. That will do, Miss Speedy. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Speedy. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Alright, let's go. Yes, we know there were books dropped at the scene of the scene. 4 books? Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beatty, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you'd observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur Somebody or Other, and What's It Your Names? Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Thingy something. It's a good book. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Oh, God, he has a gun. On the gaunt. Terrifying. It's a shit gun. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beatty saw what they say they saw. Mr. Sumiro, if they seen on the Briar Road that day, yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after his testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? I'm the judge now, apparently. If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? Cops have guns in real life too, terrifying. Yeah, you ever seen like a police guy come into like McDonald's or something, or Tim Hortons, and you're standing behind him in line, and he just has a fucking gun, and you're just like, holy shit, like I know guns are pretty commonplace in a lot of places, but like up here in Canada, we rarely see guns. It just makes me supremely uncomfortable that there's someone standing there who just has just such a powerful fucking item just in the place that I am at, you know? It's fucking terrifying. Going to the airport, it's like, gulp, yeah. I think you would try to find contrary to someone else's testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? The statement about the Mr. means unequivocal. Final question on how. We read this already, right? Discredit them, alright, yeah. Let's focus on finding discrepancy statement somewhere. If we don't, afraid they may reach an early and favorable conclusion. Why don't we up against it? I don't know if that was slightly different or what, but there's a lot of repetition here. Okay, so I'm guessing it's about the books. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books you dropped at the scene. Okay, so what does it want? Does it want that there are only 3 books in the picture, or does it want that the 3 books that he was carrying? I think it's the picture, so let's see if it will accept this.
Objection.
So you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, and A Meal for Someone, and The Thingy Mum Something. Okay, those titles do match what's here, isn't it? The picture of Monsieur, A Meal for Something, and Canterbury Yearnings. What's It Yearning? Okay, why are the book titles right? If he dropped the books when he saw Juror number 6 fall over. Why are the books next to this one? Did he drop them as he was? That's weird. Just found our own contradiction. I'm sorry, Miss Beatty. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. He was carrying an extra book with him. Your books? Yes, my books. Yes, it details Mr. Nasumi's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Did someone tamper with the evidence and put those names there? Or only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. One of them is behind her. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. I believe her, actually. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Grrr. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah? So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? It actually is true. Yeah, he sees right through me, yeah. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain it with a toast. Is he gonna say the titles match? I hope so. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print is out of date. Did Gumfuck not tell you? You mean to say? Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The Lion's Pride? Wait, what? So the fire made her throw out a book or explode a book? It's singed too. What the fuck are you talking about? How is it in her hand? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No. Order. There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beatty, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. And while our wife is on the screen, we are going to be taking a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom and get a drink. I'm not going to make a tea today, though. Be right back. Brush your teeth. All right, so how did the books get there? How did the book in her hand get there? And is it in her hand or did it just land on her hand? It's clearly something that's come from the soldier guy's apartment. Something about the fire. There's no way it's a coincidence about the books. She has her thumb over the book. Every detail matters. Was she a thief? Did she steal the books from the apartment building, including his? And then he threw a knife in her back? No, they saw someone. I don't know what's going on here. Thank you, Mediocrities86, for giving a sub to Farazan is pretty. Oh, there you go. You know what? I agree. Thank you, Mediocrities. Alright, let's see what happens. Mrs. Beatty's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beatty mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Oh, the judge has actually had a thought. It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic print clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, Sumari, it belongs to the victim. Oh, okay, yeah, that's just true. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The second photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. A book entitled The Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. Is it the soldier guy and that's the lady he was having the affair with, maybe? And it was a fake name, James? It was relevant? Because otherwise why wasn't it, why was that a point? Was there a name on the bookmark? The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Feudal? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything you said is true. What's your opinion on this case so far? It's okay. I feel like it's leaning a little too into the batshit with the members of the jury being really relevant and everyone was around there. But it's not like enough to dismiss the whole thing. It's just it's maybe a step too far when it comes to the weird and wacky that the series is known for. I'm not sure. It's all right. It's taken a while to establish everything. Just to get where he walked home, you know? That makes me think there's probably not much here, and they have to like plump it up a little bit with some filler, but we'll see. Maybe it's going to justify itself. I'm not sure. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You already did, bud. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well just make matters worse. Think, Rio, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection, wait and see. Alright, we're almost always raise an objection. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not at the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage has occurred very recently. Book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. I really like this track. This music is really good. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Can we open it? No. Sure, let's raise an objection. Why not?
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Oh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this. Oh. Don't be mean to Susie! I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? What? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. What's investigations like then? Because if it's Chadworth, who's very confident, very experienced, knows his shit, you can't have these moments of like, oh, I'm just experienced, I'm just a little guy, oh, if only I knew, like, because Wright was like that too, because Wright was like a fledgling, right? So what is it like to be Chadworth? Amnesia? Does he get amnesia? Law amnesia? He gets hit really hard in the head in case one. Am I a lawyer? Oh shit! Wheeled out like fucking the killer in Silence of the Lambs. Fucking unmasked. Here, be a lawyer. Shit. Can't let anyone know that I have law amnesia. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Benzie. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. The burnt book? The tip of the knife is missing? Gotta be the burnt book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is that we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene is what we can see. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it.
Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ugh.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? Well, it's got to be the burnt mark, right?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious. Alright, I like the use of music that sometimes when you get it right, it makes the music cut out and you're like, oh, I got it right. But other times it doesn't cut the music out and you're like, like, was that wrong? Like, it's really good. I still don't know if this is right or not. It seems like it was right, but yeah. The back, what do you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. It seems like this is dialogue that's moving us forward. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nippity's friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. A mono TV. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this Soritomo suffered? That the shop sold it, its owner, its owner, for sure, yeah. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon. We already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Uh-oh. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Him. John Garadeb.
Take that!
The answer is that book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Who the fuck is that? The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. They're making him way more of a villain in this trial. Like, in the last trial, it was like he obviously is the adversary you have, but he was somewhat reasonable. And then at the end, there was some camaraderie between the two of them, and he was able to like. It seemed like he was having some growing respect for Ryu. This time he's not like he's being way more contentious. I wonder if he thinks this is fun, or is he actually mad? I don't know. Is he just putting up a strong front? I don't know. He also has gotten more racist from the last one too. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Okay, so the only way it could have gotten into her hand around that time is either they threw a flaming book out the window and it landed there, and then she picked it up, and then a knife that was somehow dangling from a window outside of that just suddenly just fell and landed in her back. No, so she picked it up, or she is the one who's having an affair with Mr. Garrideb, and she got that book that has a message in it somehow, or the timeline is a little off. Another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Raleigh? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Okay, the stab wound has been confirmed, right? Like, it's not that the knife was sticking in her back and they just assume that she stabbed, when in reality she's unconscious because a book hit her in the head or something. Like, it's not that. Like, they would incident report stab to the wound to the, yeah, wound, not stabbing. Okay, yeah, okay, it's not that. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Big books of fire! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Okay, if it did, who gives a fuck? No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and... Not even remotely! Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter, but there was a fire to get the smoke out. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Maybe they're fake glass. There's no real glass in the windows. fake made, fake glass. This is not. You can stick your hand through it. Just there. Did you try? Do you earnestly claim that the book found in the scene was a flame projectile thrown at by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Well, I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. What? Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection? Predilection, right? Predilection.
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 Not liction. Lection?
Predilection.
Predilection. Predilection. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, guilty. My voice is actually kind of close for him. All right, are we doing another examination summation? Examination. Excavation. Thank you for that unambiguous response. Also, thank you to Furball for the 11 months. I think you struggle with my name every time, and I'm usually not here to help by the time you read subs. It's Fireball. My apologies. Oh, it's Fireball. Firball. Fireball. Oh, I'll try and remember. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting? Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Fucking hell. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You already did that, not allowed. Humph. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Really? We're doing a save? Meanwhile, with Herlock Sholmes. I've considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court. The grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Judicial findings. I feel like this takes too long, although I do like the idea a lot of listening to the different viewpoints and putting them against each other. I just think it takes a bit too long, but maybe I think it takes too long because I have to read it out loud. If I wasn't reading out loud, I wonder if it would be better. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Then how did the book get there? It was burnt. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. You don't get paid for being on the jury? Not even like a little bit? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Achoo. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. Ugh, no pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. Predilection. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh yes, my lord. All right, Rio. Focus your mind now. I feel like we didn't need this. I feel like we could have just went straight into him going over with a sword and doing it. Like we did this already in this trial. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garrideb? We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Man, Ace Attorney Twitter is gonna hate these takes, huh? Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. I like that the couple was in the background there. Because I thought I was finding the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? What was with the fucking jester motherfucker arguing with Shakespeare language at the end there? Where the fuck are those 2? I suppose it is, since I've nothing left to say. If there's some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a light on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? He's got a point, it's true, yeah. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? This is a weird thing. I don't know if it's just because I was like younger, I was a kid, but I feel like the coldest I have ever been in my life was living in like drafty old fucking house in Cardiff. Even though the winters get way more brutal in Canada, like Canada, like I've experienced like close to fucking -40, like just like it gets so fucking cold. But yet, like sleeping in a drafty house at night, just like fucking like holy shit, it never got. I don't even think it ever got like close to like -10 in Cardiff most I was there. It didn't snow most winters, and yet it was just so fucking cold. And it's not just inside the house either. It's like walking to and from school. There's just something about the cold that just seeps into your bones and just stays with you all day. I guess I don't know. It's just because I was smaller. I'm not sure. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. See. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Judge, fucking Von Zeek keeps smashing glasses and putting his feet on the stand. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening if you were directly. Okay, you're gonna say that the window was open because of the smoke, right? But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. As a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadeb. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. Poor juror number 5, and I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. You gonna pour tea on my lap? Right, well, we'll see about that, but what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Or maybe also having an affair? You're used to it? So used to it? Look, I just want to get this over with, and don't bring home some pay tonight. I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Mr. Garadeb in a costume?
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Huh? Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beatty will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. I must see some way to jog his memory about this. The fuck was that? Did you have like a quick job to fix a window and sweep up some glass and it was a broken window? What the fuck was that? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Fire sneezes, had to open a window because it gave you the sneezes. Let's go. Can you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Well, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff and blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. I've lost it. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Wow, that was serious. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsumi, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation, just like the last 2 times. We're saying it again anyway, yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. She's always so happy. Okay, so who was it that had a thing about the window? Is number 3, right? Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Okay, so we're going to put that one and that one. And I think this is probably going to unlock new dialogue that's going to make it so we can jog juror number 5's memory or whatever the fuck happened. And then we're going to use that to pit it against someone else.
Objection!
These 2 jurors' statements are clearly contradict one another. Well, they do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? I don't trust juror number 3. I don't care for juror number 3. Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh, exactly. Not me. I would keep the window closed and just breathe in all the smoke and then fucking just pee it out later like a fucking chat. Sorry, I chatted so hard I had to cough. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat. Therefore, to clear the smoke, either Mr. Garadeb or his wife almost certainly opened the window. That you cannot deny would be in no way out of the ordinary. No, do I switch over to you? Like, what do I do? Do I just keep? No, it wouldn't. What?
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It is imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Boo! He didn't do the joke. Boo! And what if we did? And what if we did? Alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Also, I threw other books, and the 3 books I threw happened to be the exact books that the guy bought at the bookstore. And the reason why is that my husband and him were talking, and he just recommended to get these 3 books because they like to read. And he just those are the 3 that I picked up. It just happened to be that way, of course. I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply have that added. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I clean forgotten, but it's true. Okay, so do we just put these 2 together? And the window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. All right, so now we're just putting these 2 together. It was open. Fuck you. Like, what are we doing? Let's press. Hold on. At the point the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know that there was a small house fire in the Garrideb household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. On account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. We also know that Mrs. Garrideb was throwing flaming books at her husband. Why is this starting to sound like the fucking Patrick meme? Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. Makes sense to me. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out of the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road. That's all. She's really strong. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. What? That's your problem? That wasn't enough? What is it going to take to persuade these people? Yes, the window was open at the time. I clean forgotten, but it's true. The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Oh, well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? You never asked. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
Holy shit. What is it, Jared number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Granny? Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work, after work like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? What the fuck has this got to do with anything? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time, and I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost a day's wages, love. And then she threw a knife at me stronger than Hercules himself. And now we know in the fucking court record that when women are angry, they can throw things really far. Therefore, now we can go back to juror number 3 and say, look, that's how we're gonna cross the street. Oh, thank you so much for this establishing fact, juror number 5. The next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Susie takedown. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw when we were recording. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. And still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. A game theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this sort of statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay. She also threw a knife. She threw a book, and then the book, and she leaned to pick up the book, and then she threw a knife, and the knife went through the window and then got her in the back. Fuck you. And it's just unrelated that there was someone walking down the street next to her. Winterhouse is fire. Chill gets. Wait, hold on. Winterhouse is fire. Die. You have to open windows to clear smoke. That's when the chill gets you. Oh, we have to press you again. Did you change your statement from?
What a great bit! Well, yes, it was one of my most memorable birthdays. You see, I couldn't let it go unremembered. I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you're using his trial to explore your path. And how is that memory related to this case exactly? Oh, sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Never mind. He's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. But actually, this old man's anecdote might just provide an alternative explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors. We use unlit candles on my birthday this year. It's safer that way. So the window was open when the Garridebs were arguing that day. Yes, Mrs. Garrideb has finally admitted to it. Which is a very significant victory for the defense. I feel like the fog's starting to clear, and an alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself. Okay. We didn't finish listening to her, right? So let's do that. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows the various signs of fire damage, Hudbook's Lion's Pride, same title in fact. Yeah, well, I really couldn't say. When they questioned, did you do the following sort of reading? I did. Okay, first thing I had my hands on, so I hurled straight at him. You mentioned it, yes. It was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. And why'd you not read the signature to the court from the outset? Just a little mint, something like that. You can throw whatever you can lay your hands on, is what you all know. I really don't. I barely noticed what I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Right. Totally understandable. I mean, you can't waste time deciding what to use next, can you? When you feel the way I did, you don't care what it is. You just want to smash it into his face. You see where violence can lead, Miss Susato? I'm disheartened to think you might believe me capable of such behavior. You flipped this over like 5 times. Anyway, I have a feeling I might have noticed someone reacting a little strangely to Miss Garrideb's remarks just now. Perhaps I missed something while I was preoccupied. Okay, so what do we need to do here? I wonder if Rachel hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Did we talk to you about this? Yeah, we did. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Okay, throwing knife, maybe? The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Now that you mention it, yes. So, okay, so we can just put these two together. Right? Definitely a possibility. No, it's true.
I don't know. Let me save it just in case that it wants something specific from me here. I think I have to say to her. Hold on. What supposed to do? The accused left behind evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of it. Okay, that's nothing. All right. So I think we have to say to her that that a knife was thrown from juror number 5's testimony, and I think we have to use juror number 3 or 6's on him to say no. Definitely a possibility. It was for sure. I think. I'm not sure. Let's save it just in case we get this wrong.
Objection!
Those statements clearly contradict each other. No, it's not. Okay, fuck. I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I'll have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council. There was nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Okay, so I'm not countering this statement then. I'm countering the statement about him saying that I don't think it could have gotten all the way across the street. So how do I counter that? With his? Like I said, because it's really, really strong? Let's try it. No, it's not that either. Okay, I don't know what the fuck to do. Okay, is it Bonnet Lady with juror number 5? Damn, we're down to 1 life now. I want to see what a game over looks like.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime. Hey, it's a little bullshit that his statement is still that the window could be open. It's definitely a possibility, and you can prove that it was for sure, and he's still like, yeah, but you have to do this thing nestled inside. I guess whatever, but still. Originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was... a knife!
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. Shut up, Judge. She might have said yes before that. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurtling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp? Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh, even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Thud. My lord. I wish to change my decision. Hope Von Zeeks is having a good time. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Oh, even he was convinced. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, might. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. I'm sorry, did juror number 6 change this fucking thing for no reason? that was just a bit altogether now, ladies and gents. We did it. Well, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Drink, yeah. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation of what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Angle indeed. It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards? That's around 14 meters. Is it really? I would think it'd be around like 12 meters or so. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly notice, having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, Sumari, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. No, the book landed, she knelt to pick it up, and then the knife went in her back. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, me too. Miss Susato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. I like that thing. How dare you? I like that thing. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. Van Zeeks, you're fucking dumb. Everyone loves those serialized stories. They're great entertainment and you know, educational too. I learned everything I know today about being a lawyer from those. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror. Oh yeah, those 2 are still there. Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. They were too busy kissing. And what say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Royally Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. Haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. This is bullshit and order the witnesses to stand in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. The animating these two is really time consuming, and by God, we need to get at least one more testimony out of it. Yes, sir. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garda. Believe me, a London... the yawning makes sense, actually. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garda house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. The fuck are you talking about, top hinged whatever the fuck? Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. Ooh, I must have been a little drowsy. Well, you might have forgotten something else then. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... what exactly is a top hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. I've been here for 2 days. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. Alright, I'll try. Oh, my house had windows like this. With the fucking stupid fucking like little hooks that you have to put on. Oh my god, they're so fucking annoying. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Yup. But it's a top hinged casement window. It swings open on the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Maybe the first book that was thrown hit the window and made it bounce open really, really far. And in that split second that it was leaned open and swung open, the second book went flinging through and then it closed. And then they opened the window again and then it happened again. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, sumari, sir, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the opened window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Okay, how the fuck did the book get there then? No. You see the problem then. Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be... Okay, so... She was on the other side of the street when she found the book and then went over carrying it and then some other person stabbed her? What happened? Did you see that, Raleigh? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. I am strong and tired too. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. Alright, we are one life away from dead. Okay.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all his policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Yeah, he did, yeah. I'm surprised it didn't go into the evidence. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. I might sneeze again, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sa. Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Patrolly. Pat Raleigh? No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Trolley Chan? Patrolly Chan? Oh yeah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mr. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. And it's, before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Well, I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Constable Beats' warrant card has been entered into the court record. Small folding wallet that identifies London Bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Okay, so what bullshit's going to be here? Okay, so it is evidence. Okay. Principles of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan police regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, I'm not seeing anything that we could use to push here. Any crimes fall into the jurisdiction of the beat in which they're discovered. Okay, we knew that. That's why he couldn't carry it. He had to go to the police box. And then when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, it's not his beat though. He was just there. I'm confused why this is relevant, but I guess it'll come up. Maybe something's gonna happen.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Okay, so again, once again, like, okay, you're right, but she has the book, so how did it get there? Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Maybe she was on the other side, picked up the book, then the knife fell into her back, and then she got up and walked across the street before she finally succumbed to the knife wound and fell down and collapsed. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Maybe the knife was sticking in her back, but it hadn't quite gone through just yet, and then someone bumped into her and then pushed the knife all the way in, and then she collapsed. Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh, okay. Let's hear what he says before we do the interruption. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, sir. The sad truth is, we're all overworked. So even though I wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. Okay, so that does go against what it says in the book that he just gave us, but now he's clarified already that, you know, he didn't have to do it, but he did. Okay, and also overworked. Blah 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 blah. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now? Did you watch the new Knives Out yet? No, I didn't. Rise Up Dead Man or whatever like that? I didn't watch it, no. I like the first two. I think I like the second one better than the first one. I haven't watched the third one.
Hold it!
Was it good? There must be a faster way to get back here and do it. Well, another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Miss Beat? I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Raleigh's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't... Oh, these fuckers. Oh, you motherfuckers. Their beat is on the side of the street and they moved them over so they could go to dinner. These motherfuckers. Oh my fucking god. Oh, what the fuck? Is it both of them or is it just her? Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Raleigh's Beat and the next... Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Constable Torici! Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. Huh. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. The case file's information has been updated in the court record. So was there even anyone walking down the street? Did you just see them and just blame it on them? What the f- And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Not your beat, you must go eat. Very nice. Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. You can't blame people for doing something when they're hungry, right? You know, you gotta have a good meal, and if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And when we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Alright, so are they lying about seeing, like, the stuff happen? Or did they just come across, like, her already face down and on the ground, and then they just moved her over? Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Raleigh's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Raleigh told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. What? Okay, weird kink, bro, but alright. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Raleigh was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. We love a clumsy queen. I didn't take off my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. But how did the books get there? Did the girl go find the books and just plant them there? Is this a whole thing? Just so they could have dinner? I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me, sir. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Oh, seems legit to me. Yes, definitely possible. Yeah, we don't need to pursue this any further. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? People do strange things. As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hands. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Okay, so he just contradicted himself there. If the book was already in her hand when we arrived at the scene, and the book landed on the other side of the street, then she had to have been on the other side of the street to pick it up, right? So, unless he's saying that she picked it up and then walked to the other side of the street afterwards. Okay, so how are we going to contest this? I think I figured it out, but I don't know how to say it. I'm against picketing, but I don't know how to show it. What am I supposed to do? Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Oh, she's laying the charm on. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I could totally heal as a holy priest. It'll be fine. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I was really hungry. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. I didn't take mine off the crime scene. Oh, this is the new one. Okay.
Hold it!
And after moving the corpse, she went to the wrong fucking police box and still reported it to his fucking beat. Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. You know, he gets ever so cross. Okay, let's finish hers before we do this. Oh, well, we've all made mistakes like that from time to time, I'm sure. I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding, I remember. It caused a terrible kerfuffle. I like the word kerfuffle. I very nearly got married to someone I'd never even met before. That would most certainly not do, madam. Anyway, continue with your testimony, please, Constable. Yes, sir. This doesn't give a shit.
Hold it!
Okay, can I hold B until I get to the interruption one? Let's not overshoot it.
Excuse me.
Constable B, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. And I fucking timed it, I did. Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic? I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Patrolly, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh yes, but that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. Tell us the truth. We want to know. Spill the tea. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during the exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What the fuck is going on? What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. And the fucking knife that was in the middle of it, it was lost too. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Raleigh gave me. And it landed on the knife and it snapped the tip off of it, but we didn't want to fucking fuck with the crime scene, so we just kind of slid it back into again, you know, just put it in the little opening in the back of her coat. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with another constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
It was him? He did it?
In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
I blamed a woman when I could have blamed a man? Oh shit. During International Women's Month? Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Raleigh brought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet. Raleigh bought it for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? And tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by that flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. All the judges figured it out! Oh, damn! Oh, the anniversary bouquet is entered into the court record. President Patricia Beat from her husband, Raleigh. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Oh, good grief. Rest assured that I should do my very best not to forget Miss Beat. Mrs. Beat. I didn't take one out the crime scene for one moment, said.
Okay, what the fuck do you want me to do?
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Save it. Yeah, I should probably save it. Yeah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. I like flowers. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susanna-san, you do love your cakes. Okay, so I don't know what to do. Alright, let's save it, as chat suggested. Okay, I feel like it's not going to be pressing them for more information, because we've already done just a shit ton of that. So what, okay, so I think I know what happened, but how do I get there? It's too soon to say you moved the body. Instead it's probably something about presenting the bouquet to one of these to be like, how did it get there then? This has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. It could be that one. Like, why was the bouquet on their side of the street then? You see, Sal, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top hinged casements. It's not that one. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Why do you think you saw someone run when? Oh God, are you so confused and
You're fucking, like, you're so sense of direction is bad that you saw, Natsumi bump into Juror 6 and you think that's what happened? But how did the books get there? What happened was I dropped my bouquet and I ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. But if you moved the body so it wasn't going to be on your beat, but then you still helped. Okay, I think it's probably nothing strange to report. Then how the fuck did the bouquet move then? I think it's this one.
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were regarding the scene, but that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped on the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single solid bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. That tracks, actually.
Objection.
Meager. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? Oh! Judge slamming the gavel. Ooh! No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Raleigh didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. You keep bringing up this insufferable fucking book, just let it fucking go. I agree with the prosecutor. We just need to move past this book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. Would you be able to, like, if you got knocked out and like you bent over, you picked up a book, then a knife gets you in the back and you collapse and you're holding a book. If someone dragged you across the street, you'd let go of the book, wouldn't you? So did he put the book back in her hand? Or were we just meant to be like, whatever, she just held on to the book? Should have been dropped here to see the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Raleigh's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Nitpicking and biased, I win, bye-bye. Oh good, Mrs. Garadeb's come round.
Like Nanako, you might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but I call it a video essence for deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime. It's a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering could not admit to it. It's for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had a cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Okay.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Fucking Raleigh. Constable Raleigh Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense? Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Are you sure, though? No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well... First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. What's next, me? But your accusations lack one very important thing. The lawyer did it. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason why anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beato had a reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Irrevocably damaged. Are both correct?
Irrevocably.
Irrevocably? There's 3 ways to say this word? Holy shit.
Irrevocably.
Damn.
With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we?
Oh, she's gonna love that he did this for them.
She's gonna be like, you did that so we could go to dinner? Oh my god. Pat, Rolly. On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone else has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Oh, right here, right here, right here.
Take that!
I hope that's within the pixel that it wants, but that's
on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadad's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Great balls of fire!
Objection!
Dude, jury hasn't said shit in a while. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Fucking did you? It was 5 o'clock in the evening, already dark. There was the typical London fog on the grounds. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in his print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary! But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet. The bouquet, I presume. Thank you, Van Zieks. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zieks said it wasn't noticed until morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. And yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Man, he's just asleep. He has no idea. He's fucked. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Yes, it was me. I moved the body. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said, it's all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? It's not a corpse, though. Alleged corpse. Wishing the victim dead should be one, too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. Okay, has there been a single bit this whole entire time, this whole entire game, that hasn't involved either evidence or crime scene manipulation? Like, all 4 of them. The fucking, she broke the bottle in the first one, and just general fuckery that what happened in there. The sailor fucked with the room after the Kazuma was killed. Just everything to do with the fucking omnibus last time, and now this time with the street. Yeah, I have a possible explanation. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Base judge. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Whoa! Extraordinary? Why might I even say that we're great counsel for the defense, if you please? Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. I think we better show chat some saving. I was looking at chat. Did I save it? Yeah, okay. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I'd rather not choose at all. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? The book. The book. The book. Could also be the rose. We'll accept the rose.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat, it is in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. And special? How? I bet the bouquet would be accepted, yeah. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and it was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them.
Okay, so who's the other person then? Is it just Natsumi walking home? But he wouldn't have been on this side of the road. Because the way that he... Like, he would have walked here, like this, down here. He wouldn't have gone up here. The entrance is on this side, right? So how is he here? And how did his books get here? I'm confused. What must have gone through the man's mind? What's that? Just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating our wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, "You idiot Beat. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives, and also do their best Monokuma impression after going bing, 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 bong. A body has been discovered." Aha, Constable B. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Or the dreadfully wrong one? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, so the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? Fuck, she wasn't even dead, bro. Like, you dragged her over to stage the thing and she was still alive. You could have helped. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsam Street and then... Uh-oh, you can't get past the roadworks. I'm, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable son. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Raleigh. Just that one night. You know, if we played non-stop Wii games for a couple months, the Saw emote would become the most used one of all time. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Is that gonna be the most enduring thing for metaphor? What the fuck are you talking about? Otherwise, my Raleigh would have never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see you're reading now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Raleigh, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. Oh, sorry, I mashed them both together. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. And you can tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh. Oh, 4 it was. Yeah, yes, sir. Definitely 4. Where did the books come from? 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsumi, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding. Okay, so the book left her hand as he dragged her over, and then he just put it back. Okay, that makes sense. And the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that what the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated into the court record. A book entitled Lion's Pride, that was the victim's hand when Miss Beat first ran over to see what had happened. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene. Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. And then Stroll comes out from the witness stand. No, not witness stand, the audience stand. I forgive you. On my life as a noble, my lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. Postman Pat,
Postman, I'm tired. Oh, I like this couple actually. Even though okay, all right, he did tamper with evidence, and he did move someone across the street that was injured, dragging them with a knife jostling in her back that might have contributed to her going to a coma, may even killed her. Who knows? He did almost like he did contribute to, you know, someone going behind bars, maybe even death penalty. But you know what? He has a lot of heart. He has vibes. He has soul. You know what? I like them. They're cute together. One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters. Sure, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Oh, sir. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsumi, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. For fuck's sake, are we really doing this now? No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but are you a fucking idiot, Von Zeeks? Of course it wasn't him now. The knife came from the window when she bent to pick up the book. Everyone here is thinking it. Everyone in the jury is thinking it. The fucking crowd is thinking it. Even the judge is thinking it, and he's the stupidest person here. It's true, I am thinking it. Wait, what was the last thing you said? But I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already. Lord Van Zeeks, this is true. Are you behind us all? Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime, as I save it just in case it wants some fucking bullshit. It was Iris, because I don't like her. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. And once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb. Me, oh dearie me! That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. Joan Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. I wonder how many people have been killed from air conditioners falling out of windows. Gotta be at least one, right? And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? Random? No, it's because, like, she was throwing stuff out the window, and it just so happened that someone had to be walking by at the time in order to get hit by it and the knife landing. So I wonder how many times that's happened with, like, an air conditioner or something else falling through a window. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? Several. What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrideb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I had injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. All right, Stroll. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop, do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Is the knife chipped because it hit the window and then the tip came off? Wouldn't that have like broken the window at least a little bit? What are her windows made out of? Quadruple glazing? Fucking old-timey windows? Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm going to have to testify? Testify, juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Fuck yes, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Good stopping point in 10 minutes is always my lord. It's the fucking stopping point is the end of the trial, right? There's no way there's not much longer left. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. That's true. I can see the badge. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. I knew it! And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that, what? I hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. A Fusilier! Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? That is quiet compared to the war, sir. Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. I'm starting to get worried that we're not going to find out how the books got around her, sir, at once. After all the fucking and fussing about like the route he took back and the books and the juror number 6 with the coat and everything like that, I'm gonna the fucking like inexplicably he took a wrong turn right before he got to his house and walked up to her and dropped the fucking books and all this other shit. Yeah, yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Maybe he saw someone laying there, went over, and then fucking the beats fucking scared him and he ran off. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. I didn't process anything I just read out loud. That was pure, like, my body is a machine that says things out on stream without fucking understanding. I didn't fucking process anything I just said out loud. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Hello, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd all have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. Oh, you were in combat too? These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, we've already had 3 last cross-examinations before. How about another one? Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sort of state of affairs? Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. It's a courtroom, dumbass, and besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Oh god, don't throw it in his face. Okay, we're good. A likely story. These waters run very deep. I get Kermit and Miss Piggy vibes from these two. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and we got the window open. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. I can't do it, Miss Piggy. It's, the lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsumi, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could to find and throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of Susato of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. You are a monster. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin. Okay, let's continue to see the end. It was really only soft items I was throwing, and I was really most restrained. The majority of them barely hit John. He is my husband, after all. I see. Mrs. Garadeb, your thoughtfulness and consideration for your spouse is apparent. What about you, Mr. Garadeb? Do you remember what your wife threw at you? Well, I recall The Lion's Pride, of course. Jolly good book, only just purchased it too. And a jolly good book for burning, it seems. But it was dashed awful. It was a dashed awful scene on the battlefield, I can tell you. Flames everywhere, smoke billowing. Couldn't see a bally thing, really. I dare say I wouldn't even have noticed the knife bouncing off the old bonds. I don't think they tend to bounce, actually.
Hold it! By Jupiter!
By Jupiter?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Yeah? Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon? Oh, it's another fucking phrase ruined. Oh my fucking god. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no? Just that the barrage projectiles, the old thing launched in my direction, was something more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Hey, Raider. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bally. Oh, it's just... Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. Oh, it's broken. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent... It never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Ha, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make out of this account. It could be important. Yeah, sure, why not? Defense please, Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, the tip of the knife is gonna be in the pipe. Okay. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. The pipe has been entered into the court record. Mr. Garadeb's pipe apparently fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke. I wouldn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
It's just in there? Is it a decorative pipe? Looks to be in a sorry state with a bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be. The fragment of metal has been entered into the court record. This small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Pipe. Anything else? There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. A small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Okay, so if I go and examine it again, will he make the connection? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe, just maybe? Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have a dozen of the things. I wish I was crafty like that. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 of the price of 19. You know who's crafty like that? Leo is crafty like that. My second oldest son. He's made, I think, 4 now of these like paper craft characters from Five Nights at Freddy's, and he puts so much work into them. They have like moving mouths. He made a Foxy, and he got a bunch of like he ripped strips of paper off and like coiled it to make it firm, and then he wrapped tape around it to make it like really firm and plasticky, and then he inserted it into the paper thing so they had an exoskeleton. Like, he does all this stuff. He like, all the details and stuff like that. They're so fucking good, man. No one taught him how to do it either, because like, fucking like, Lily and I don't know how to do that shit. I can ask him if I can take a picture and share it. They're pretty cool. Thank you, Rhyme Scheme, for the 13 months with Lucky13. Thank you very much. Which judge is hotter? Sorry, I didn't see this now, Rhyme Scheme. We've been into the trial. Hopefully he's still there. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork. Why? Bro. Now, Joe, we don't want people thinking... Okay, I didn't even get to say it. Okay. Here we go again with scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it.
They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim, which is entirely understandable, of course. Still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay, so is that the one we're pressing with the knife tip, or what? Flame knives are on our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing on it. Yeah, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay. Let's press.
Hold it!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof? Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsumi is innocent.
Objection!
Forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. Yeah, it's not. Turns out. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. And yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Ugh, if only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Sure. That's the extent of the testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'd be able to prove anything new from this testimony, but in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yes, I know. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonged to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. And we're 2 minutes over, so it better be fucking wrapped up real quick. Yes, it would. So for Sosuke-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, okay, I'm almost certain it's that one, but almost certain means I'm not certain. So let's save it, just because I don't want to have to redo all this shit again. Okay, and we're going to present the knife bit. Although I think the knife would also work.
Objection!
Maybe the pipe would work too? Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't. Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearing me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy. Be very busy. What is that, a tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Okay, probably should have done that publicly so they can all see. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. She's standing on a box? Wait, why is the back of his robe burnt and shit? Is that because of the fire? It's dirty. I guess it's charred, not dirty. You appear rather confident in the extraordinary statement, counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. This is your card. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets, probably imported from Japan. The criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe. My god, I didn't think you were making that connection until right now. Holy shit, good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Oh. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garredeb flung this knife at her husband. She fucking flipped it open before she did? Holy fuck. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe. But it didn't go in the window, no, she went over and picked it to get another throw. Practicing to fight Margit, she said. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah! In short, Sue, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garredeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
A full-body theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Zeeks, what could you possibly have to counter what just happened? Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Give me a moment to save the game, ask my chat, and go through my evidence list. Alright, what fucking statement are we gonna counter here, chat? I feel like the testimony is not gonna be what we're using. Maybe the autopsy? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
Really? We have to say that she was bending over to pick up the book?
Yes, in her, Oh shit, stop slapping him. That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about, what? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Gah! Order! Order! Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, maybe it did. Second knife? He's lost for words. Look. I knew it. I never liked this theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? What? Knife hit her in bed? What? It would appear the defense had made a rather spectacular blunder. Have we? If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend. Your theories had so many inconsistencies is history. Are we really doing this? Come on. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. If this was the first 3 games, we'd turn around and we'd see some gigantic boobs in our face right now. Good thing it's a better game. Or in other words, the rare all is lost Sumari. We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. I prefer Susie. Miss Susato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure, and all the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. Ho ho ho! What are you implying? Counsel! There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. She was weird and crawled everywhere! Oh my god, that is the case! Crawling Olive Green, they called her! Yeah, it's true, crawled everywhere she did. Huh, okay, well then it would fall on her back then. That's true, yeah, we already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Crawling Olive. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence to which you speak. Crawly Ollie? This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. Why were the books there? If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is saving it. It's gotta be the book, right? Okay, is it that she picked up the book? Is it the book itself? It's that she picked up the book.
Take that!
This, the 4th book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence that the defense will present. Unless you object again, then we'll probably do another one. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadam's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hands. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. Wait, that means it was like that before. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, that the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. What a fucking useless fucking flashback. In other words, Sumari, the victim, had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mr. Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? I'd fucking get out of there! Someone's throwing books! Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Nah, I think crawling ollie is the better answer. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Oh man, poor girl, holy fuck. Then the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsumi. But why? Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling from her above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and an apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. We spent so much time establishing that he couldn't go up here, that he went all the way over here, up here, and then he didn't walk down here, because why the fuck would he? And instead, he went down here, bumped into juror number fucking 6, came over here, and then for some reason said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go up Briar Road for no fucking reason, and then just walked back down and then went home. Why? He did jump the gap. So he just collapsed for no reason? Fucking juror number 6, that was all fucking bullshit. It turns out that he did indeed jump the gap. I'm so fucked off about this. Why? What? That's what the next 3 hours is about? There was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. She's not dead, it's fine. Courtroom doors blast open. She's dead! Oh, fuck. Always knew you had a murderous rampage, old bean. No, off to jail with you. See you later. Call me James now. I'm gonna go find that lady that wrote that bookmark. Oh, poor Mrs. Garadeb. What do you mean, poor Mrs. Garadeb? What the fuck do you mean? Fucking Strolls Auto. Fuck you. Fucking no. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but It was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! One last fat joke for the road? Yeah, sure, why not? Lord Van Zieks, what news of Mrs. Garrideb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. By the way, I'm very confused about who I should be going to serial murder after this case is over. Do I still go for Natsumi? Do I go for Mrs. Garrideb? Or do I go for Mr. Garrideb for just, wild card? No fucking reason. I have no fucking clue. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Oh, okay. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. Oh, that'll happen soon, don't worry. How wonderful, the woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. She'll live to crawl another day. So, Mr. Sosuke Natsumi. Oh yeah, him. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon. We're so fucking good. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study your Great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apology. No, it is me who should be begging you. Sorry, I'm really tired, yeah? No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsumi. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. That is true, you did kind of scamper off, yeah. What conclusion, sir? Oh, I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Do they have they must have known, the Easy Hunters, obviously they must have known about checking pulse and stuff like that, right? Like the constable should have known that, maybe not him. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me. Poor Sosuke-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. Who'd you like better as a Protect, Phoenix or Naruhodo?
It's pretty close. I think the pairing of Ryu and Suzy is way better than any pairing that was in the first games. So overall, it's stronger, but I might like Phoenix just a little bit better than Ryu, but honestly, they're kind of the same person to me. They even have the same kind of expression. It's on purpose, right? Like, they're kind of the same person. I don't know. Ryu seems more competent in a weird way. I feel like Ryu is like genuinely gifted about this and is kind of like learning as he goes in a really cool way, whereas Phoenix was like a lot more bumbling when, like, my god, you went to school for this motherfucker, like how are you this inept? So it could just be that because it's like multiple games in a series that they didn't want to repeat too much of the same thing, so like Phoenix had to get, you know, the first one, so he had to be the most bumbling oafish of them all. But I don't know. It's pretty close. I think Phoenix has more character. I think Ryu is more about like just Ryu doesn't seem to come alive unless he's in the court, you know. But you also are in Phoenix's head more, where the sky is blue and so am I. You barely get to hear what Ryu thinks about a lot of things that we inspect, right? Compared to that. Although maybe I'm just misremembering. I don't know. It's been a while since I did that. Since I did those games. Thank you, Nova Odin, by the way, for gifting a sub to Beg Pardon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fuck. We need to kill this joke really, really fast. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and ran away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Oh, John is a juror now. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. Is Zeeks gonna get paid? I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? Let's just be racist and say he's guilty, just out of nowhere. As a foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare, the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. What? I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
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 Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsumi, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Confetti court! Woo! Confetti court! And finally, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. On my life. I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Only 3 that time. Okay. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey defendants antechamber. Okay, so should we end now, or should we do a little bit? Should we end this little epilogue moment at the end, or not? What do you think? Can I say it's really funny to me that Shu Takemi worked on Leighton crossover game, and then this game decides, yeah, British people just look like that in Ace Attorney 2, so one could argue Leighton game is canon? It is canon. Absolutely canon. Up to you, is probably 15, 20 minutes left. Well, someone who has, like, played the game, like, is this, will this, like, hit on, like, we're not going to play this game until Wednesday, so, we almost have a week until we're back to this. Is this going to land on Wednesday, or no? Like, are people just going to know, or what? Are we not doing it tomorrow? No, we're not doing it tomorrow. We're doing the fan art, and then we're just gonna do like a gameplay thing tomorrow. No Monday. No, Monday is the we're not streaming on Monday, and Tuesday is Pathologic. If we're gonna stream on Monday, it's gonna be Pathologic. Just 50 more cents, strap in for another hour. Like if we have 50 more minutes, we're gonna go past 7. We should be done at 6. Pathologic 2, yeah, Pathologic 2 starting on Tuesday, yeah. You can stop now? Okay, we'll stop now then. And we'll have this recap. I don't know if I can do. I don't know if I can do Ace Attorney 5 days in a row. By the way, so it's probably good that we're not doing this until we're not doing this tomorrow. I don't think I could do it. Just heads up, fan art tomorrow is like 50 items. Subtract if you're being very image. I thought we had like a limit of around 30 or so. I thought we didn't go up to past that unless there was a really good reason. You might not have a voice tomorrow, Joe. That's true. Yeah. You skipped a week? Yeah, but it's not the first time that we've had to skip a week. We've had like a backlog before. Fun fact, Sosuke Natsume was a real-life Japanese author who visited Great Britain as an exchange student to study English literature, although he sadly didn't enjoy much of his time there. When getting permission to use him in the game, his living relatives allowed it only on the condition that Sosuke talks about how much he didn't like his time in Great Britain. Yeah, I think people have brought this up before. I didn't know that they asked for permission to do it, though. That's funny. That was the terms. Will you stream Wednesday, Saturday for TGA or Wednesday, Friday? I was told that I could beat it in 3 days next week. Wednesday through Friday would be enough. If it's not enough, then I guess I'll go later on those days to get it done. But next Saturday is Pathologic 2 into raiding Walrus for Road to Empress. So I would rather not do it on Saturday. I've got a decent way to split in the gallery if you want the count to be more manageable. Yeah, I think that 50 is going to take us like 3 hours. I guess we don't have anything pressing tomorrow to do in terms of the gameplay thing, so we could make an exception and go for that long. But as long as the fan artists are okay with like halfway through it, I'm gonna be on fumes. But I know that people who make fan art like they like it to be shown relatively soon after it's up there. Fuck it, we'll just do it all tomorrow. It's fine. We'll make an exception. But usually I thought we'd like put like a limit around 30 or something. Mugenics sometime. It might just be fan art tomorrow, and then that's it. But there's no game waiting for us tomorrow, right? Like after fan art, if we have time, we'll do like a run of Slay the Spire 2 or run a Mugenics or I'll think of something. Super Meat Boy 3D or finally play Sifu, but not really. Haha. Anyway, is anyone live to raid or no? Jelly? How is this game comparing to the original trilogy so far? It's definitely better paced. I think that it has more charm to it. I'm really enjoying the animations and the 3D models and everything like that, which is weird. Usually when a game goes from 2D sprites, pixel art, whatever, to 3D, it usually loses a lot of its soul. Weirdly, it's usually better when it's hand-drawn or pixel art, for me anyway. This is actually, I think, an improvement. I feel like that you can have a lot more. They really captured the making all the characters move. I actually would really love to see a remake of the original game with this system, to see what they could do with those characters and everything like that. I think that would go hard, actually. So that would be really, really cool. I do think that I preferred the mysteries in the first games so far, but there was a lot more, so I'm probably remembering the highlights more than the lowlights. And I also think that there was way better interplay and back and forth between Phoenix Wright and the prosecutors. So far, it's only been the first guy, and then there was, and it's been Van Zieks, and I like Van Zieks, don't get me wrong, but I feel like he's just kind of there, and he's imposing, and he doesn't have as much back and forth with Rio as Wright did with Edgeworth and Von Karma, etc. And that's what I think. Anyway, Ray's going through. I'll see you tomorrow for fan art. I'll see you on Tuesday for Pathology 2, and I'll see you on Wednesday for more of this, if that's all you're sticking around for. See you later, chat.